exhibitions. Adamat, Kamil, MCAT, Amal, Manin, Diane, Dini. These are the names that I picked up from your website. I'm not sure whether that's your real name. Dizri, Duraini, Eddie, Ijaz, Azim, Faris, Ivy, Alia, Christina, Suresh. It's a very peculiar name. Smelly. Is that correct? Shelly. All right. You have some problem with your font. It's very Yunan, Vishnan, Yuki, Zunra, Safura, Vafi. Today is just the beginning of your path to a future success. As the Dean of the Faculty, I truly congratulate for your success in this showcase. Thank you very much. All the best.
Thank you so much for coming. We would like you to stay on stage to officiate the event. Now, I would like to ask upon Wafi to get on stage. Wafi? I guess I need to call him first.
Hey, Wafi, where are you? You're supposed to be here by now.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lim, for officiating the magazine advertising showcase 2019.
Well done, well done.
Alright. Now moving on to the most anticipated moment of the event, the award ceremony. again invite our Dean, Dr. Lim Kok Yew, to present the awards to the screen. Copywriting is an act or occupation of writing text for the purpose of advertising or other forms of marketing. And the award of Best Copywriting goes to Rizriana Izrin Abdul Zaman.
Okay. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Master design is where we create the overall look and feel of our brand, campaign, or project. And the Best Master Design Award goes to Natasha Ivy, anak Debbie.
Congrats.
Brand experience is conceptualized as sensations, feelings, cognitions, and behavioral responses evoked by brand-related stimuli that are part of a brand's design and identity, packaging, communications, and environments. And the Best Brand Experience Award goes to Muhammad Faris Muhammad Khairul Anwar.
Congratulations. Thank you. Well done.
Up to the next award, the Best Production Skills goes to Adam Madhasini.
Congratulations. Thank you. Well done.
And advertising strategy is a plan to reach and persuade a customer to buy a product or a service. And the Best Advertising Strategy Award goes to Shali T. Shuyu.
Congratulations. Well done. All the best.
And the Best Campaign Award goes to Asila Amal Zudi Mahali Zudi.
Congratulations. Well done.
Thank you.
The award for excellent efforts goes to Tae Yu Han. As an assistant. Tae Yu Han couldn't be here today, unfortunately.
Change the date.
Oh. It's not local.
She's okay, but before this, she made an arrangement with the family.
I see.
Okay,
Thank you.
And last but not least, in honor of your remarkable performance during your undergraduate years as well as your exemplary leadership and distinguished service to the Advertising Design Department and the faculty. The award for Outstanding Student Award goes to none other than Muhammad Azim Cheno Azim.
Congrats. Well done. All the best.
I would like to say a bunch of thank you so much to our dean, and I would also like to congratulate all of the award winners. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we are done with our opening ceremony. Feel free to look around. And we will also be having industrial talk at 10:30 a.m. and a sharing session with an alumnus at 12:15 in the afternoon on the topic Creative People in Corporate Companies. So if you don't want to miss out on that, be sure to tune in at the respective times. So now I would like to invite all of you to walk around and look at the outcomes of our FYP students' works. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I would like to welcome you to the Faculty of Creative Multimedia or FCM. Over the past year and a half, many of us have been experiencing remote learning or online learning due to the COVID-19 pandemic. With emerging technologies such as augmented reality and virtual reality now available to us, learning can be even more enjoyable as well as immersive and experiential.
How do we make our creative practice matters in the near future? Taking initiative and being resourceful as creative in connecting with the industry, institutions, communities of practitioners, users, as well as different aspects of society that we work with.
This is the future of learning. Welcome to the century of digital learning.
Inilah kedai Hawa Optik, sedia membantu warga Cyberjaya. Pening, tak selesa atau power naik selepas pembelian? Tak ada masalah. Dengan waranti power 6 bulan, tukar saja pada power yang baru. Hawa akan berikan free computer las dan juga UV protection untuk setiap pembelian. Tingkatkan keyakinan dengan spek yang trendy dan fashionable. Spek akan siap dalam masa 30 minit sahaja atau boleh juga bos terus ke rumah anda. Lebih dari 1,000 orang warga Cyberjaya yang dah dapatkan cermin mata di Hawa Optik. Anda, bila lagi? Nak dapatkan diskaun RM25? Jom buat appointment dengan Hawa Optik.
Wonder how fast intelligent machines run on 5G? At MMU, you'll find the answer. Wonder how creative content and online businesses are mastered? At MMU, you'll find the answer. Wonder how cybersecurity and law function? At MMU, you'll find the answer. Find out all these and many more at Multimedia University, because MMU is you, leading the digital future. Visit mmu.edu.my.
Alright, hi, Assalamualaikum and good day to everyone. My name is Adam bin Mathasiri. I'm a student of Advertising Design, and right now I'm going to present to you my final project. So, firstly, let me introduce about El Famosa Resort. This is the brand that I chose. El Famosa is located at Malacca. It is considered as integrated holidays and business destination. It has golf course, resort hotel, villas. It has water theme park, safari wonderland, and Old West. So the product that I chose is Old West. Old West is part of El Famosa attractions, where visitors can live as a cowboy in a totally Old Western experience. So the problem statement is some locals, they have different perception towards Old West. They think that they cannot get along with this culture and they don't give much appreciation to it. So the aim is to change the perception and to create awareness so that people perceive Old West as a fun place to learn and to experience about this foreign culture. Introducing Back in Time. So the big idea and tagline is a journey to the old past. And the message behind this campaign is to encourage local people to explore and experience Western historical culture by promoting the idea of time traveling to the era itself. The target audience, as you can see, basically it is targeted towards young adults aged between 18 until 28 for the income or allowance between 200 until 5,000 ringgit. And for the psychographic, the personality is for those who values culture, art, performances, friendship or family, and those who have interest in movies, festival, animal, or even pop culture. So moving on to my IMC mockups, this is the billboard that I have created. Actually, I created two versions of this. The first one is the static version for the traditional billboard, and the second one is the animated version for the digital billboard. So as you can see, here is the animated version. It is in GIF format. Moving on, so here is the billboard mockups. As you can see, it is located at Jalan Mufti Haji Khalil, Malacca. This is the traditional billboard. And the second location will be at Banda Hilir, Malacca. This is also traditional billboard. And the last one will be at Bukit Bintang, Kuala Lumpur. So this is the digital billboard. So let me explain why I choose these places, because it has a high number of people who come to Bukit Bintang for recreation, work or shopping, And people who travel to Malacca, they will utilize the road Jalan Mufti Haji Khalil. And Banda Hilir Malacca is one of the top areas for tourists and travelers to come for recreation with their friends or family. So here is my print ads. There are two versions of this. As you can see, the copywriting, it says the gate is open. Experience the Old West culture from 160 years ago, followed by the website on the left bottom. So the print ads will be displayed in Automotive Magazine, Lifestyle or Fashion and Lifestyle Magazine. So I choose Automotive Magazine because it may reach male target audience, and Lifestyle or Fashion Magazine will be suitable to engage with female target audience. Also, the ads will be displayed in Travel Magazine that can be found in flight. Next, the digital display ads. So I chose the web banner for this. As you can see, it is also animated. So the web banner will be displayed on YouTube. The audience can find it on YouTube homepage, and it will be displayed on online news website such as Berita Harian. So I think YouTube may reach the target audience more accurately because it is based on users' data on the internet, and YouTube has all kind of contents that meet the user's interest or personality. And nowadays, most young adults prefer to read online news on websites like Berita Harian rather than the traditional newspaper. So the last one will be my wallscape. As you can see, the wallscape is located at the Central Market. So Central Market is famous for its attraction that promotes art, craft and culture. This is one of the top tourist spots to buy souvenirs and crafts. Next, I will be presenting my major, which is audiovisual. So my audiovisual is a cinematic video commercial. It will highlight on storytelling, cinematography, to ensure the audience could get along and understand the whole story or the whole message. So here is the mood board. I am going for something that looks bright, spectacular. As you can see, there's a number of cinematic angles, and I've got some inspirations from the movies from the 80s, 70s, or also from the modern movie. So the story starts with two friends named Din and Gogul, and Din insists Gogul to travel with him to the past, and for some reason they accidentally travel to somewhere in the middle of a desert, and again that they teleport to another place called Old West, and from there it highlights moments of them having fun with the rides and the activities. So here is the storyboard. Scenario 1 in a house, scenario 2 at the desert, and scenario 3 at the Old West. So to save some time, I will be skipping this part. Here's the talents profile. Muhammad Azim as Johnny Ringo, Aizuddin Haikal as Din, and Gogul Mithiran as Gogul. Here's the location scouting. There are 3 locations. For the Old West, unfortunately, due to the closure of Old West, so I had to find an alternative, and I found a place that's similar to Old West, which is at Port Dickson, and it is called Wild West Cowboy Segar City. Here is the behind the scenes, and moving on. So for the final output, the title will be Back in Time, 1 minute 28 seconds. it will be in 1080p. So I hope you enjoy my presentation. Thank you for watching. So enjoy this final video.
Jom. Apa hal ni? Sabarlah. Aku tak sibuk ni. Relax lah. Jom. Kau ni gila ke apa? Pakai macam ni tengah di Rembang. Benda-benda ni semua mengarut lah. Wow, this place is so cool.
Kan aku dah cakap.
Hello everyone, my name is Amjad Alawadi and today I'll be presenting final year project 2 about Afamusa water theme park. Let's go. So basically Afamusa is not just water theme park. It's more of a prominent company that owns the resort hotel and villa, outlets, Safari Wonderland, Golf Clubhouse and Old West Village, and of course is the water theme park, which I'm focusing on. The campaign overview, it's about the campaign that I came up with throughout this project, which called Reliving It. It's meant to be a campaign that satisfies consumers to seek new adventure and experience the thrill that they are missing, like throughout the COVID. They have been locked for 2 years and now they need to experience life again and relive what they have missed the past 2 years. So about the problem statement, that people are facing the pressure and stress that has been built throughout their daily routine. And as for target audience, basically I'm facing those who are in the age of 18 to 35. Now we move to integrated marketing communication, which is divided to 3 sections: merchandise, billboard, social media ads. And we'll be starting with billboards. Basically the locations are 3 for this billboard. I have planned to put it at Shalam Expressway, Chiraz Kajang, and the North-South Expressway. The first 2 locations, which is Shalam and Chiraz and Kajang, those locations are widely have many traffic there, especially during office hours when people go out or go to work. They can see this billboard. And as for the North-South Expressway, it's a way before going to Malacca, so people can know that they are near to Afamusa water theme park. And as for the merchandise, there is membership card, water bottle, and shirt, lanyard, mug. As for digital display ads, it's going to be located as vendors' websites such as Airbnb, Shopee, and Agoda. And as well as for the phone websites, it's going to be YouTube ads and Instagram. As you can see here at Instagram, as posts and as sponsorship ads. As for email ads, where audience will get by email to their email an invitation to go to Afamosa water theme park, they can see one of the attractions, and if they want to see more, they can see and hit the button view full attraction. Now we come to what I have chosen for my major, which is audio visual. So basically I have recorded in 2 locations, at Airbnb house and at the water theme park itself. As for the storyboard, I'll go through it briefly. It goes like starting at home, routine thing that the person have been doing over and over. Then he goes to the Afamosa water theme park, and then we show activities one by one, and then by end of the day he take a picture as a memory, and then he go back, he hang it at his living room, and then he take it and have a quick look at it, and then here is call of action: book your ticket now. As for my script and narration, I have chosen to choose only scene 7 because it's more matching with the production, which says relive it now and shape your memories at Afamosa water theme park. And as for the concept board, I wanted to show the fun and the board at the same time. Like at the beginning there was bored moments, routine things they have been doing over and over, and then they are having fun at the water theme park. Then as for the colors, I plan to use warm colors. Location scouting. This happened before shooting about the water theme park. I have chosen which spots that photographers have to shoot. Mainly there was 4 photographers, and here we used only 2 videographers to shoot at home. And as for my actors who acted in this video production, the main actor was Ahmed. He had to act in at home and at the water theme park. He's called Muhammad Najmi, and third person was Imaduddin. And this is my final audio visual.
Relive it now and shape your memories at Afamosa Water Theme Park.
That's my final project, video, audio, visual. As I would like to thank everyone who contributed in helping for this project, the team who helped me recording and the actors as well, and thank you for watching. That will be all for today's presentation.
Assalamualaikum and a very good day. I am Muhammad Aziz bin Chainur Azman. So for my final year project 2, I choose audiovisual as my major. Okay, let's jump to my brand overview. Alright, so my chosen brand is Legoland Leisure Resort. Alright, as for information, there are 3 parts altogether in Legoland Leisure Resort. So I choose 3 of them, which is Legoland Theme Park, Legoland Water Park, and Legoland Sea Life. So my problem statement is Legoland is being perceived as theme park that mainly focus for family with kids in the age of 3 to 12 years old. Because of the current promotion highlight is more on promotion for kids. So my aim and objective is expand customer who are coming to Legoland, which is young adult and not just family. Other than that, encourage people to visit Legoland not just once. As I mentioned before, my target audience will be young adult, so the age will be 18 to 25 years old, male and female for the gender, tertiary and other graduate for the education, employed and unemployed for occupation, and income in the range of 1,500 and 6,500 per month. So the characteristic is more on passionate, adventurous, extrovert, introvert, ambivert for the personality, casual lifestyle, loving adventure and travel, interested in sport and toys, and social class B40, M40, and T20. So this is my campaign big idea, which is to bring adventures and fun vibes through every young adult. So my USP, which is unique selling proposition, unique and iconic Lego adventure. So my campaign name is Let Go Adventure. Why Let Go Adventure? It stands for Let's Go Adventure. So a tagline is a step to endless fun, and a mood is more on adventurous, fun, and joyful. Now we're going to talk about my integrated marketing communication. Right, so this is my design for my IMC. Basically, I do concept like a movie. I want to create something to promote, because my target audience is young adult, so they are more attractive. Something like movies. That what means like they interest to it, something like this. So my concept is based on Jumanji movie, the famous movie. So this is will be like if the individual poster. Okay, now I'm gonna show my billboard for my IMC. Alright, so the first one I'm gonna put at Elite Highway, MRR2, and Plus Highway. The billboard will display the design at the highway. So basically, this is how it will be look like. Next is on the MRR2, and the last one is at Plus Highway. Alright, why all these location I choose? Because all these location lead to Johor Bahru, which is Legoland Malaysia Resort is located at Nusa Jaya, Johor Bahru. Okay, next one, we're gonna move on to the transit for the IMC. So for the first transit IMC, which is I put at LRT, the transit will display the poster, include the bus, wallpaper, and certain area at the station. So this one is also at the MRT station or ERS station, and this is at the bus. Right, now we're moving on to merchandise. So basically, this is my merchandise. Basically, my merchandise concept is this is a starting adventure for the audience who would like to start their adventure in the Legoland. So when they bought the bag, inside the bag they also provides the bottle, the cap, and the torchlight. Last but not least, for my IMC, which is print ads. Right, so my print ads are located at bookstore or inside aeroplane. So the poster will appear at the back page inside magazine. So why bookstore and inside aeroplane? Because young adult who love to travel, basically nowadays there are a lot of young adult who love to travel, and also a certain young adult who love to visit bookstore and finding some their favorite magazines, such as gaming magazine, travel magazine, and many more. So this is the inside of the magazine. And yeah, now we're talking about my majoring in audiovisual. Right, so my concept, as I mentioned before, is more on adventure, and I more look like Jumanji also, or Enchanted movie. So this is my color scheme. I go for something more bright as I want to show something like I doesn't prefer too dark because I want to make it like a fun adventure for the young adult. So the font I use, this is the type of font that I use, and the mode is fantasy, mystery, adventure. So this is my location scouting and talent profile. So location scouting is at first one is Medina Nusa Jaya, and Legoland Park, Legoland Water Park, and of course Legoland Sea Life. And this is my first talent profile. This is Aizudin Haikal, who is gonna be a main character. So basically, his characteristic is a strong and passionate character in order to complete the Lego adventure by himself. He is the strongest character among his other two friends. So the outfit of this character is very simple and more to adventure bright. This outfit is inspired by the main character of Uncharted, which is Nathan Drake. The next one is Gogu Mitran. So Gogu Mitran is a happy-go-lucky character in order to complete Let Go adventure. This character is a weakest character as he does not has any strength like his other two friends. So the outfit is more on to water adventure vibes. The outfit is inspired by one of the character of movie called Baywatch. The next one is Dizriana Izrin. So this is my third talent. Alright, so Dizri is a coward and informative character in order to complete the Lego adventure. This character's main strength is she knows about equity and has a lot of general knowledge. So the appearance is, the outfit is simple and more to adventure vibes. This outfit is inspired by the famous show called The Crocodile Hunter. Last but not least is Adam Madhasiri. So Adam Mahasiri is going to be a staff that lead the character in order to complete the adventure in the Lego adventure. The outfit is simple and the yellow with the Lego adventure logo. This kind of t-shirt is inspired by the real Lego stuff in Legoland Malaysia. So this is my final major outcome. So this is my work progress, which is it takes like a week of shooting and then a couple of weeks of editing. So this is my audio visual, which is consists 3 videos, 3 1-minute videos, which is my concept video is more on movie trailer. Alright, so I'm gonna play the video, so hope you guys enjoy. Bye bye.
We've always wanted an extreme adventure until one day. Guys, what just happened? Where am I?
Welcome to Lego Adventure.
Lego what?
In this Lego Adventure, there are 3 different worlds.
Wait, hold up. You mean... You gotta be kidding me!
You need to complete this adventure to escape from this world.
What? We've always wanted an extreme adventure until one day. Guys, what just happened?
Welcome to Lego Adventure.
This is so cool! But it's all in the game.
This park has its own rule that you should follow. And the first one...
All in the wonderful game. Let me know.
You need to complete this Lego adventure to escape from this world.
Bring it on!
We've always wanted an extreme adventure until one day. Guys, what just happened?
Oh no, 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 no. Where am I?
Welcome to Lego Adventure.
I don't think I'm interested. I want to go home.
Sea Life is an adventure full of mystery.
Whoa.
There are over 13,000 sea creatures from 120 species as we see now. You need to complete this Lego adventure to escape from this world.
This is actually amazing.
Hello everyone, my name is Kisna Akila. Today I'll be presenting my final pitch deck. I hope you enjoy.
A little brand introduction I have chosen for my current and previous semester is called Zunegara, also known as the National Zoo. It is the first zoological park in Malaysia and was established by the founder and chairman of Malaysian Zoological Society, also known as MZS, Tan Sri V.M. Hudson, also acknowledged as the father of Zunegara by the locals. The problem statement I want to highlight is children's development. So due to staying indoors for far too long to avoid contracting COVID-19 and manage the social distance, parents are concerned their children's education experience falls behind during the pandemic. Their day-to-day routines were upended, and children's connection to the outside world was cut short. So for that, the aim of my campaign in conjunction with World Wildlife Day proposed by series is to educate about wildlife towards children. Therefore, the objectives of my campaign are to create an interactive and engaging learning environment campaign and to provide a conducive experience environment for children. Introducing the name of my campaign, The Wild City, and the tagline is Explore the Curiosity of Wildlife. The big idea behind the campaign is Wonder of Wildlife, and the advertising message is to give an enjoyable and informative experience for kids to explore the peak curiosity of the wildlife world and connect with nature while reuniting the feeling of fun with their parents to create special memories that will last a lifetime. Furthermore, my primary target audience is kids in the range of 5 until 11 years old, that is, the middle upper class that resides in KL and Selangor, who are keen on learning new things in life and looking forward to participating in fun activities. They are also considered as animal lovers, curious, energetic, and outgoing. In addition, my secondary target audience is obviously the young parents in the range of 25 until 40 years old that likes to spend quality time with their children, family oriented, and their main learning platform would be through Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. So just to recap on my event timeline overview, there's 3 events. One is the Wuri Hats Wild City, which is a collaboration event with the artist Adlin Sofia, where kids get to paint their own bucket hat and wear it to Zunegara. The second is Draw Your Own Wildlife. In this event, kids get to draw their own unique animals and be able to watch them come to life on the big screens. The final one is Wonder of Wildlife Tunnel. This is where both the kids and the parents get to explore the unique tunnel space, meeting and interacting with animals that are active from dawn to dusk. Moving on to IMC, the first one is a digital billboard ad, which is digital puzzle screen that will be placed in several malls, and one of them will be in Mid Valley Shopping Mall because it's where my minor EM will be located. How the puzzle screen works is that customers or participants have to rearrange the puzzle pieces together, and once the puzzle piece is finished, which reveals a closed door, there will be a small speech bubble that requires them to tap on the doorknob. Afterwards, an animal will come off the door that reveals the QR code to my audiovisual. Second IMC that I chose is transit. The first one is bus. Why I chose transit bus is because it is the main transportation to Zunegara by most people. And here on the door itself, you can see there are 2 kids with a QR code on the side. It will lead to the Wild City's website as well as on the back of the bus if there is any traffic jam. Here is the digital billboard that will be placed at bus stations, mainly placed near schools and LRT stations. The second transit I chose is GrabCar, which is also another popular public transportation people take these days. And this type of transit is mostly targeted towards my second target audience, which I mentioned earlier, are the young parents. So here on the window you can see there will be a QR code that will lead to the Wild City website. Once the customer enters the car, there will also be an in-car engagement where my video or the visual will play as well. The third IMC is a street furniture, which is a crosswalk. I call it Animal Crossing. Here you can see various animal footprints on the crosswalk that will lead to the Wild City event. This is also connected with my first IMC as I mentioned earlier. It will be placed near bus stations and LRT stations as well. So for the final IMC, it is a promotional merchandise. It will be given as a gift and prizes during the event. The main highlight of the promotional merchandise is an AR coloring book. Here the kids get to color on the pictures and all they have to do is download an application and the picture itself and the picture will come to life. Here is the president example of how it will look like. The next merchandise are tote bags and t-shirt based on the animals from the Wild City. We will be moving on to the pre-production next. I have chosen audiovisual for my major. The concept of it will be an animated narrative storybook style, and the purpose of it, the videos will highlight each of the Wild City's event and guarantee a joyful learning experience at the Wild City. Since my target audience are towards kids, tone I would like to set for my videos are mostly fun, happy, and upbeat. So these are the concept boards for the videos and the color scheme and typography. Afterwards, my script that consists 3 short scripts for 3 videos respectively. Same goes for the storyboard. Furthering into the character and design assets, I would like to introduce 2 of my main characters named Sophie and Aiden, where Shakira and Fahrin are their respective voice actors and actresses. Next are the voices for my animals that will be featured in my videos, where Sheila voiced as Sibol the elephant, Azim for Jati the tiger, and Ali the crocodile, and Dizri for Jesse the tapir. And here are the design assets. Moreover, we're on to the final major output. These are the work in progresses and behind the scenes that I have. The workflow behind my videos is that since it's fully motion graphics, I usually create the vectorized images in AI and import them to After Effects where I will do the movements and animations. And finally, these are the 3 video commercials that I have. I hope you will enjoy.
Let's spin with Sybil. Look, Sophie, an elephant. Hello, I'm Sybil the elephant. I want to paint on my bucket hat, but I don't know what to paint. Will you two help me?
Sure, Sybil.
Let's paint together.
Oh, then.
It's perfect. Thank you both. Paint your own bucket hats at the Wild City. The Wild City. Explore the curiosity of wildlife. Visit wildcity.com for more fun adventures.
Let's draw with Ellie and Jesse.
We're trying to draw a picture of ourselves, but...
My hands are too small.
And my trunk is too short.
We can help.
I have a long scale body and a long snout nose.
I have a body shaped like a pig, but with a small trunk.
Wow!
We're done.
Draw your own wildlife at the Wild City.
The Wild City.
Explore the curiosity of wildlife. Visit wildcity.com for more fun adventure.
Let's explore with Jackie. Hey kids, do you want to explore the wildlife tunnel with me?
Sure, let's go. Wow, there are so many types of animals.
You bet.
Whoa, there are animals active during the night too?
Explore the wildlife tunnel at the Wild City. The Wild City. Explore the curiosity of wildlife. Visit wildcity.com for more fun adventures.
Hello everyone, I'm Diane. Today I'm going to present my final year project. Let's go!
Let me first introduce the brand I've chosen, Skytrax Adventure. It is the first park that provides the unique sky trekking experience in Malaysia, and it is all about rope challenges conducted in the tropical rainforest. There are 3 parks in Malaysia currently, and they are located in Langkawi, Melaka and Sungai Congkat respectively. Among these 3 parks, I've chosen Skytrax Melaka for this project. It is located at Ayakura and its signature challenges include the first skybike in Malaysia, the UFO and the Tarzan bungee swing. So, before we dive into the campaign, the initial problem is that people perceive adventurous activities as hard and dangerous, so they think they have to be fit enough and not afraid of heights in order to participate in adventurous activities. Hence, Leap Up Step Out campaign is the solution to the problem. It is a campaign that urges people, young adults specifically, who struggles to try adventurous activities to take their first step and leap out of their fears towards adventurous activities. So the fears mentioned here refers to fear of heights, fear of getting injured, and fear of not having enough energy. This campaign is aimed to invite less adventurous young adults to visit the park. Meanwhile, it is to inspire young adults who have never tried and are afraid to try adventurous activities to take their first step with the easiest level, Little Dino, and work their way up. Apparently, the target audience is young adults aged between 18 to 25 who don't suffer from medical conditions, who are introverted, fearful, cautious, less adventurous, and the safety-conscious type. So, the big idea of this campaign is take the leap to a new level. The tagline is leap out of your fear, and the advertising message is take the first step to leap out of your fear and challenge yourself by going to a whole new level. The mood of the campaign is motivational, positive, and friendly. Now, let us move on to the integrated marketing communication part. The first one is a transit ad, and it is a floor sticker that will be placed at TBS train station. Why? It is because TBS is one of the busiest stations in the city for getting people from one place to another. Besides, train is considered as the main transportation for most young adults. The footstep icon on the design actually represents a point of view of a flying fox platform when someone stands on it, which is also a safe spot for passengers to wait for the train. Next up is also a transit ad, but inside the train. It is actually a continuous scene from the previous ad, which when passengers enter the train means they step out from the platform, then it takes them to the point of view of someone playing the flying fox when they are in the train. The following ad is a digital billboard ad that will be advertising on the Federal Highway, which is one of KL's most popular urban transportation freeways. Why digital billboard ad? It is because of the motion in the scene that will attract the public attention more than the traditional billboard ad. Next up is a print ad that will be placed in a magazine, Gaia Travel magazine specifically. Why? It is because travel magazines are often displayed in places where young adults visit, like barbershops. As for the design part, the transparent page in the middle makes the ad more interesting, and it is actually an idea of the girl taking her first step until the end when they flip the page from right to left. Finally is a web banner ad that will be placed on World of Buzz website. For your information, World of Buzz is a news-telling site and platform which they write about news and stories. Nowadays, most young adults prefer reading news from World of Buzz rather than the traditional newspaper. So this will be an ad that urges the audience to try something new when it is placed within the news and articles. Now, let us move on to the pre-production for my major, which is audio-visual. The concept of the video is cinematic and dramatic. For the cinematic part, it will be a fun and upbeat kind of approach. Besides, illustrations are added to exaggerate and dramatize the scene as well. Why do I choose this kind of approach? It is because young adults tend to be attracted to funny videos nowadays. Now, let me brief you on the storyline of the video. When the video starts, the main character was confident in herself, and when she's about to step out from the platform of the flying fox, she got afraid and decided to give up. However, the instructor encourages her to try and leap out of her fear. So she eventually realized that it wasn't as scary as she thought, and she actually enjoyed the whole experience. So this is the shooting location, which is the park itself, Skytrax Adventure Malacca. And there are two talents in the video, which are Ivy, act as the main character, and Zulaika, the instructor of the park. Here are some of the examples of the illustration style that are used in the video, which are semi-realistic forest illustrations. So this is the storyboard. Finally, let us watch the final video ad together. It's too high up here. I can't.
No, you can't. Just take a deep breath first.
Okay, I'll try. I can do that. So that will be all for today. I hope you enjoyed the presentation and the video, and I would also want to take this opportunity to thank everyone, the actors, the people who helped me during the shooting process, and the park itself, Skytrax Adventure Malacca. Take care and have a good day, everyone.
Hi everyone, I'm Desriana Izrin, and I'll be presenting my final pitch deck for my final year project. Enjoy!
Alright, so on to my slides. These are some of the things I'll be talking about today. And just a bit of introduction about the brand that I've chosen and my campaign. The brand that I've chosen is Aquaria KLCC, which is a cutting-edge oceanarium that displays more than 5,000 unique shows of aquatic and land-bound animals. It's located at the concourse level of KLCC, and one of its main attractions is its 90-meter transparent tunnel that is located in their Living Ocean section. So the problem statement that I would like to bring to light is public perceptions. And there's also a lack of personal connection between the people who visit Aquaria and also the animals that inhabit it. This causes people to misunderstand the role of public aquariums in general. Alright, so my aim is to change the public's perception on the role of oceanariums, and one of my main objectives are to enable people to connect with these animals on a deeper level, and at the same time encourage people to be part of the initiative in a more engaging manner, and hopefully simultaneously promote the importance of conservation of aquatic wildlife. So this is my campaign. It's called Now You See Me, and the tagline is Join the Digital Wave. So Now You See Me is a virtual campaign where people can learn about how these animals are being taken care of in Aquaria, and what they can do is they can book online sessions via their website. So my target audience for this campaign is mainly young adults aged between 18 to 24 years old, and their psychographics are people who love aquatic animals, the ocean, and photogenic settings. So onto my integrated marketing communication mock-up designs for the campaign. The first one, we have the Transit LRT train, which is located in Masjid Jamit train station and also KLCC train station. So the reason why these locations are chosen are because that these are some of the stops that you can take to get to KLCC. Alright, so here are a series of posters that are located in LRT stations itself. So these are, each of these represent each main animal. And here are the campaign filters that I mentioned. So the first one is just a liquid effect. The second one is a 2D sticker that bounces, and the last one is 3D stickers that spin around. Next, we have 3D mural, which is located in KLCC Mall and Pasar Seni. Next, we have 3D screens, which is located at Pavilion Kuala Lumpur. So the shark just swims around the tank, and then the logo of the campaign pops up, and the shark pops out of that logo, or looks like it's popping out. And this is just a precedent of a 3D screen from South Korea. And last IMC, but not least, is AR posters, located again in KLCC Mall. So this is an exhibition display of posters where you can scan the poster and it comes to life. So here's an example. Okay, so here are the posters and or master design for the entire campaign. And moving on to pre-production, first we have the concept of my audiovisual, which is I've chosen to make it a narrative style video that showcases the animal's quirks, facts, or misconceptions, and it is done in a mixed media style. And the mood of this whole video is very upbeat and light and fast-paced, and the purpose is to highlight the campaign by capturing the audience's attention and interest in getting to know each of these animals. So once they have this interest to get to know each animal, they can head on to their website and book a session. This is the concept board that I decided to go for. So the concept is very much like real life mixed with outline illustrations. And this is the color scheme and typography. Next we have my storyboard, but I will not present it because it is quite a lot. And next we have the audiovisual script, which I'll also not present because it's quite a lot. Okay, so moving on, we have the narrator and talent. So Abdul Wafi is the narrator for this video because I feel like he has this very clear and concise voice that suits the narration. And Adam is the talent in the video. Next, the voice actors. So Adam again is Tony the shark, and then Sheila is Toto the turtle, and Lauzikwan or Cat is Moon. Next, the design assets. So these are some of the elements that will be incorporated in the video. And moving on to the final major output. So before I show you the video, I'll show some behind the scenes. Okay, so these are some behind the scenes of the shoot in Korea itself. So the people that came and guided me and supported me are Adam, Nami, and Azim. So credits to them. Here are some behind the scene videos. So the top two here are the voice actors, Lauzikwan and Adam Mahasiri, doing their voice acting, and the videos below here are behind the scene videos shot by Adam. Okay, so now it's time for me to show my final video. Thank you so much for listening, and I hope you enjoy.
Meet our animals. Tawny the shark.
People think I'm scary. But to be honest, I'm actually pretty chill.
Tawny lives in the living ocean section, along with other fishes, sometimes a scuba diver, stingray, and Toto the turtle.
I may have a hard shell, but deep down, I'm actually a softie.
You'll also find a very slow-moving walkway, where you get to move at Toto's pace. Moving on, meet Moon.
People think I'm so out of this world and ethereal. But little do you know, I can be dangerous if I wanted to. Fear not though, you are not as tasty as planktons.
Want to learn more about these animals? Book a virtual date today on nowyouseeme.com. Now You See Me. Join the digital wave.
Hello, I'm Yuki, a student from MMU Cyberjaya majoring in advertising design, and now I would like to present my final year project.
My FYP is about promoting the National Textile Museum. It is famous for its beautiful heritage buildings and it displays a lot of different types of textiles from different ethnicities. The National Textile Museum is located at Merdeka Square, which is KL's main tourist area. The problem statements of choosing National Textile Museum is that fewer people are willing to go to museum as they feel it is boring and also not many people have heard of National Textile Museum. Also, it is located by the roadside with busy traffic and hard to find parkings. The problem statement for my campaign is there are not many platforms for fashion designers to show their artworks, especially Malaysian young fashion local designers. One of the largest fashion shows in Malaysia, KL Fashion Week, is a place where different age fashion designers would be willing to join. But as for young fashion local designers, they are not confident enough to join as this fashion show needs to pay and there are a lot of professional and experienced competitors. The aim of my campaign is to embrace young Malaysia fashion designers, and the objective is to introduce Malaysia's young fashion designers and also to create awareness of content in museum, which are the textile, that it could be fashionable for younger generation too. My big idea for my campaign is to show your passion as a fashion designer. The tagline is show your passion, and the advertising message is to encourage young local fashion designers to express their passion for fashion and support young local fashion designers to shine. This is my campaign name, Passion Show. Passion refers to show your passion as a fashion designer. Shows refers to fashion show, which is how the campaign will be conducted. And passion and fashions have the homophonic words and have the same sound, so it will be passion show instead of fashion show. The theme of my campaign is to celebrate National Textile Day, and it is a public service announcement to embrace young local fashion designers. The mission behind this PSA campaign is to organize a fashion show to promote the work of all young local fashion designers between the age of 18 to 25. This is the campaign logo. It is a combination of the hornbill, half of the current logo, and also some batik pattern. The hornbill the hornbill is one of Malaysia's bird with its unique characteristics, and it is symbolized as peace, freedom, and happiness. And there are the logo of National Textile Museum to let people know that this campaign is run by National Textile Museum, and the batik pattern to generate a social influence regarding the beauty of traditional textile. These are the master designs, and these are the merchandise for the campaign. And these are the IRC. First of all is the billboard. The billboard I chose Unipole to put at the Federal Highway located in KL. This highway connects KL and Selangor in Malaysia. According to statistics, the Federal Highway is the busiest highway in Klang Alley. And this advertisement can attract passerbys, especially during peak hours. And then print ads, which is flyers, and it is still an effective marketing tool, and it is an affordable way for getting key message to my target audience. And also digital display ads. I chose a web banner, and through a marketing strategy, contextual targeting, when people search anything relevant, for example, relevant to fashion show, there will be a banner in the web to attract people that love fashion. Also, email ads. Email marketing has larger reach and also an affordable way to engage my target audience, and it can be launched quickly and easily.
Alright. Hi. Assalamualaikum and good day.
Way for getting key message to my target audience. And also digital display ads. I chose a web banner. And through a marketing strategy, contextual targeting, when people search anything relevant, for example, relevant to fashion show, there will be a banner in the web to attract people that love fashion. Also, email ads. Email marketing has larger reach and also an affordable way to engage my target audience, and it can be launched quickly and easily. These are my target audience. My target key demographics audience are aged between 17 to 35 years old, mostly females because females care more about their outfit. And also their common jobs are social media influencer, also fashion designers. Just like what I've showed, just like these examples in my slides. And then their key psychographics are they are fashion lovers, have nice fashion taste, stay up to date to the current fashion trends, and also they are willing to try different styles. This is the campaign flowchart. At the campaign, there will be mini bazaar and exhibitions by the fashion designer contestants and also some displays from the National Textile Museum. Secondly, there will be walk-in tickets and also merchandise and opening ceremonies and the fashion show. Also, the guests of the fashion show have a chance to vote for their favorite masterpiece, and while waiting for the result, there will be lucky draw sessions and also live band performance, and finally the announcement of the winner of the fashion show. This is the overall floor plan of the campaign. And this is the campaign location. It is located at Sultan Abdul Samad building. And there are also some transportation options. And this will be how the campaign will look like. And these are the campaign website overview. You can scan to the website. And finally, my final video.
For the record.
That's all from me. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Asila Amal and today I'll be presenting to you my final year project for a campaign called Made to Move. So let's go! Alright, so the brand for my campaign is Super Park Malaysia, and Super Park is actually an all-in-one indoor activity park with 3 theme areas that offer a lot of fun activities for people of all ages and fitness levels. My campaign name is called Made to Move, and Made to Move is actually a joint initiative with the Malaysian Ministry of Youth and Sports, also known as Kementerian Belia dan Sukan Malaysia. And this campaign encourages families of children to engage in regular physical activities in the comfort of their own homes. All right. So the whole problem for my campaign is many people do not consider, or rather are not aware, that Super Park is a place where families can exercise and bond physically and mentally. Hence, the solution for my campaign is the Made to Move Challenge is an initiative to raise awareness on family fitness and promote Super Park for families. All right, so my big idea for my campaign is You Are Made to Move, and the concept is a family day where we celebrate the joy of togetherness through physical activities. So in short, Made to Move is actually all about family fitness, family time, and also physical activities. All right, before I go even further, the tagline for my campaign is the more moves, the better. Okay, so for my challenge, I have separated the activities into three, and all of these activities have a very fun name. The names are all derived from the name of Super Park itself, and the activities are Super Jump, Super Run, and Super Walk. All of these activities have a literal meaning to it, where Super Jump is actually a jumping or a skipping activity, Super Run is a running activity, and Super Walk is a walking activity. All right. So Made to Move is primarily targeted to children, obviously, and they are about 4 to 12 years old of Generation Alpha. These kids are from preschool, kindergarten, and primary school, and they reside in Klang Valley and Selangor. This type of kids, they are from the middle class to the high class household, and they're very active, playful, curious, and adventurous. They are also very familiar with shopping malls because Super Park is located in a shopping mall named Avenue K, and they have to be very familiar to it in order to enjoy it to the max. And this type of kids also grew up in a very digital environment, and Super Park has a few technologies incorporated into the activities, hence these kids will be very familiar with the technology. All right. Secondary target audience are definitely the parents, and the parents are about 25 to 45 years old. They reside in Klang Valley and Selangor as well, and they are from middle class to the high class household. These parents, they earn about 2,800 to 5,000 monthly, and they are very diverse in taste, lifestyles, and their points of view. They frequently visit shopping malls too, so having to visit a park in a shopping mall would be nothing very strange to them. And this type of parents, my target audience, they always prioritize their time to play with their children. Hence, it matches back to my whole campaign and also my advertising message. All right, moving on. This is my IMC, Integrated Marketing Communication, and in my IMC, I have chosen about 4 items, which is mascot, promotional merchandise, digital billboards, and digital display ads. Allow me to explain further. All right. First and foremost, my mascot. Let me introduce to you my mascot called Riri the tiger. On the right side is Riri, and Riri is actually my brand mascot for Made to Move by Super Park Malaysia. The name Riri is derived from the word harimau, which means tiger in Malay. Riri is a Malayan tiger who was chosen for a position of strength. Also, it is because tigers are incredibly friendly, energetic, and most significantly full of athletic spirits. Primarily targeted to children, I believe that mascots will help them to better identify, remember, and understand that Super Park is actually a very fun and exciting place to play. So, because kids are very attractive because kids are very attracted to very colorful style, very interesting style, very cute style, so I decided to make mascot as my number one IMC. All right, so this is a 3D rendered version of my Riri. And my second IMC is a promotional merchandise. And I have decided to have a promotional merchandise where it is very practical to the participants of the campaign. And all of the merchandises, they work as gifts and prizes during the Made to Move campaign period and booth activities. And all of the merchandise are available to redeem on the Made to Move website as well as mobile app. The customers and participants can have a better recall value of Super Park, which helps the brand in the long run. So meaning to say that when they keep or like when they get the merchandises, it gives the brand a very long and lasting impact for it, especially when it has a very cute mascot on it. All right, so moving on, these are some of the merchandises for my campaign. It includes t-shirt, water bottle with a straw, drawstring bag, face towels, and also a challenge medal. So all of these patterns of my merchandise have been fully utilizing the usage of my mascot, which is Riri itself. And because it is targeted to kids, so all of the items are very suitable and like safe to use for kids. Yep. All right. And they're also very colorful and visually appealing to attract the kids to join the campaign. All right. These are patterns of Riri to fully utilize it later on. And my third IMC is digital billboards. So my digital billboards, let me introduce to you a little bit further later. All right. So this is my digital billboard. And for my digital billboard, I have named it as Jumping Jackpot, and it is actually a jumping machine. So how it works is there are two black rubber pads on it, which detects motion on it. So the mission over here is participants will have to jump on the rubber pad for about 30 jumping jacks in order to receive or redeem a gift. So once the participant have jumped 30 jumping jacks, there will be a green light that will light up on the on the jumping machine. And when there are nobody playing with the machine will be playing my made to move advertisement on loop. Yeah. All right, and the reason why it's called Jumping Jackpot is because it is literally a jumping game, which is an extension of Super Jump, which one of my made to move activities. And Jackpot is because it is a jumping jack activity, but I have added the pot there because jackpot, once you jump successfully for about 30 jumping jacks, you can get a gift, and the gift is actually a jackpot for you. Yep, that's all right. So Jumping Jackpot will be placed in Surya KLCC, and Surya KLCC is actually right beside Avenue K where Super Park is located. Hence, that's why I prefer it to be in Surya KLCC more, because there will be more tourists, and also it's just popularly known better than Avenue K. All right, so again, to recap, earlier on I said that when you jump about 30 jumping jacks, you can get a gift, right? So the gift is actually a gachapon, and this is the gachapon. It is just another way to add more hype and add more fun to the whole Make to Move challenge. And the gachapon includes a little Riri keychain, and there is also a little note where it congratulates the participants as well as leads the participants to the mobile app where the participants can register themselves for the Make to Move challenge directly. Yeah. All right. Last but not least, my digital display ads. For my digital display ads, I have decided to have it on Instagram, and Instagram is the reason why I picked Instagram is because most of the parents, especially today, uses Instagram. And how my digital display ads works is I would create very attractive visuals, especially for the parents and kids to spend their attention on it. And once they see all these attractive visuals, colorful visuals, it is very easy to remember. And because it is very easy to remember, it gives a lasting impact and a memory to the audiences. And once they remember it, they would be very interested to visit Super Park, and once they are interested, they would engage with the Meet to Move challenge. And once the audience are very satisfied and very happy with the Meet to Move challenge, they would definitely want to spread the word to their family and friends. Hence, that's how a whole cycle of my digital display ads would work. All right. Now I would like to present my one of the sample for my digital display ads. So it is animated, and it is like a call to action on, it has a little copy on the display ads where it says that work time is over, let's go on a quick run together. Yeah, so Riri is actually talking on behalf of the kid, where the kid invites or persuades the dad to run together as one of the Made to Move challenge, which is Super Run. Yep. All right. Last but not least is my FYP major, audio visual. So let me play for you.
Look, Mom. Hi. I'm weary. Let's get moving. This is our Super Run. Super Run. Yay! Super Jump. Upload your exercise photos to win exclusive prizes. Download the Made to Move app now. The more moves, the better. Bye!
Alright, so that was my final audio visual, and these are some of the pictures from the behind the scenes. And I would like to really thank everyone for all of their contribution, for all of their time, for making Made to Move a victorious campaign. And I would also like to say thank you to my lecturers for constantly guiding me and also constantly giving me a lot of advices on it. So thank you, everyone. Thank you. And remember, the more move, the better. Bye.
Hello everyone, I would like to welcome you to the Faculty of Creative Multimedia or FCM. Over the past year and a half, many of us have been experiencing remote learning or online learning due to the COVID-19 pandemic. With emerging technologies such as augmented reality and virtual reality now available to us, learning can be even more enjoyable as well as immersive and experiential.
How do we make our creative practice matters in the near future? Taking initiative and being resourceful as creative in connecting with the industry, institutions, communities of practitioners, users, as well as different aspects of society that we work with.
This is the future of learning. Welcome to the century of digital learning.
Loosen my boundaries, setting me free. All my dreams he speak to me. He's the bad God I need. He's the bad God I need. Monster. He's the bad God I need. I got my own monster. He's the bad God I need. Monster.
Inilah kedai Hawa Optik. Sedia membantu warga Cyberjaya. Pening, tak selesa atau power naik selepas pembelian? Tak ada masalah. Dengan waranti power 6 bulan, tukar saja pada power yang baru. Hawa akan berikan free computer las dan juga UV protection untuk setiap pembelian. Tingkatkan keyakinan dengan spek yang trendy dan fashionable. Spek akan siap dalam masa 30 minit sahaja atau boleh juga bos terus ke rumah anda. Lebih dari 1,000 orang warga Cyberjaya yang dah dapatkan cermin di Hawa Optik. Anda, bila lagi? Nak dapatkan diskaun RM25? Jom buat appointment dengan Hawa Optik.
Wonder how fast intelligent machines run on 5G? At MMU, you'll find the answer. Wonder how creative content and online businesses are mastered? At MMU, you'll find the answer. Wonder how cybersecurity and law function? At MMU, you'll find the answer. Find out all these and many more at Multimedia University, because MMU is you, leading the digital future. Visit mmu.edu.my.
Alright. So because now we are right after like a really short break. Alright. Ms. Haswana, can you try to speak? Oh, sorry.
Move, please.
Yeah, I had to. So sorry.
No worries.
All right. So waiting for the queue. I think we can start shortly after this.
Sure.
All right. All right. So hi, Miss Hasana. Let's start. All right, because this is also streamed live in YouTube. We have been streaming since morning, so this is kind of like macam a continuation lah for since this morning when we met. So hi and welcome back to all. So if you guys were paying attention earlier, now it's time for our alumni sharing session. And with me here today, as you can see, virtually, is Miss Hasana Awang. So let me give a brief introduction about her. So she graduated from MMU with a bachelor's degree in media and innovation back in 2008. So from what I know, media innovation has changed its name to advertising design now. So, and she did work with a few creative agencies and companies before moving to a corporate company, which is Petronas. And she will share her experiences in MMU while studying until graduating. Also, her pathways from working in creative agencies to a corporate company. So, I will now invite Ms. Hasana Awang to share her story. All right.
Thank you, Zura, for the introduction. Hi, everyone. Assalamualaikum. I'm actually very happy to be here, to come back to MMU, although virtually, and talk to everyone here about my experience as a creative person in a corporate company. So I hope my sharing will give you some inspiration on what you can do next for your career. I think for the benefit of those who are with us here in Google Meet, I'm just gonna share my screen as well.
Yes, please.
Okay, can everybody see my screen right now?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay, so as Zura mentioned earlier, I'm a manager of communications in Petronas. And even though my core job is no longer design from day to day, what I do in my career as a communicator still requires creative touches. But before we go there, maybe let me take you back to the beginning so you can understand my background a little bit. And maybe, who knows, some of you may be able to relate to some parts of my story. So I studied science in high school. There was this unspoken rule that, if you take science, you can go anywhere, even if you're not interested in science, provided that you do well. So that was my case. I wasn't interested in science, but I applied and was accepted into the pure science stream in high school, where, you had to take biology, physics, chemistry, and maths for your SPM. And then after SPM, I didn't know what I wanted to do, but I knew that I don't want to do science anymore. And then my mom, knowing that I had creative inclinations, she saw an ad in the newspapers about the creative multimedia course offered by MMU. So at the time, MMU was still quite new. So it was this like new shiny thing in the country. So she encouraged me to apply, and I did, and I did get an offer from MMU, and so began my 4-year journey as a creative student. Okay, so I'm just curious, for those of you who are in MMU, maybe if you can type it in the chat, what's your favorite memory? Because like, it's been more than, so I graduated in 2008. Yes, that was it was a long time ago, 2008. In having been in MMU for how many years, kan? So I'm just curious. So do type in the chat what your favorite memory is, and maybe Zura, if you can just share with me first, good.
Yeah, well, I think for them to type in, I think I can share some of my favorite memories. But to find like a favorite memory is like it's a hard thing to do because you've been here. I mean, I've been here for about 3 years, 3 years because I was a direct intake. I'm not from foundation or diploma in MMU, so yeah, 3 years is quite a long time to create so many memories. But I think the most unforgettable memory ever is when we were in. I think it was AD. I think it was during AD1 or AD is advertising design, by the way. Advertising design one. I think it was advertising design one class where we went to a trip to Pulau Pangko. Yeah, we had a class trip to Pulau Pangko, and that was actually my very first time went to Pulau Pangko in my life. And yeah, and it happened so it was like a class field trip, well, together with my classmates and also the lecturer. I don't know if you know this lecturer, Mr. Najib. So he was very enthusiastic about about going to trips. Like class trip is like his, I don't know, it's his thing. And being there, I managed to I managed to I think that was my starting point, getting to know everyone in the class, because well, I was kind of like an outsider because I was a direct intake. I wasn't from foundation or diploma from MMU, and most of my classmates are from foundation, so like they know each other like really well already. But unlike me, I don't know anyone. So I think that was the starting point where I create relationship with them. So starting there, I think I created many more like fun memories throughout my 3 years doing degree program in MMU. Even though the last 2 years it was online, but yeah, it's still we still have like fun memories together. And
Yeah, I can imagine that because I think what one of the best things about being on campus, about being in a university, is meeting people, making lifetime friendships. So I can imagine that. I can imagine that fond memory that you have of going on a trip with your classmates, kan?
yeah.
Yeah. You mentioned Cik Najib, Mr. Najib. Yes, I did have one Mr. Najib during my time. I'm not sure if it's the same Mr. Najib, but you'll see a picture of him later, so maybe you can verify if it's the same person.
Sure.
Okay, thank you for sharing with me your favorite memory, Zura. I don't know if anybody has shared in the chat room what their favorite memory is. But if you ask me what my favorite memories were, so there were many. But if I had to choose, some of my highlights would be number one, learning about colors by producing your own color book. Like the complementary colors, the cool, warm colors. Those are some of the knowledge that I still use to this day in many aspects of my life, be it designing at work, reviewing my team's design work, or even designing the interior of my own home. So it's very useful knowledge. I love learning the color wheel. And then you mentioned your trip to Pangko, and my favorite one was our trip to Cameron Highlands with Cik Mat. It was quite a big deal actually. Even like because I think okay, Cik Mat is still around, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know whether he's mellowed down a bit, but he was well known even in other faculties. Of his how do you say it? Garangness, fierceness. But then everybody knows that he's such a great lecturer, right? So it was a big deal for us to be able to go on a trip to Cameron Highlands with him to learn about watercolor paintings, how to do watercolor paintings. We were there, I think, for 3 days, 2 nights, and we had like performance night, which could be stressful, especially if you're competitive. But I was lucky that my friends were not only creative but funny and crazy. So it's a little combination, and we won. And then during the day, of course, we had to do what we were there for. Other than makan strawberries and mushroom goreng in Cameron Highlands, then we learn how to do the watercolor paintings. I think Chip might even did like a live demo. And you do the assignment, and then the lecturers will review your artwork, as you can see on the screen, like on the top left there. And believe me, the review sessions are something that you would still talk about 10-20 years down the line. My friends and I still talk about some of the colorful comments we received as students. And then there was FYP, the 8 individuals you see here. So one of them is Mr. Najib. So is that the same Mr. Najib, Zura?
The bottom one, is it?
Yes.
Yes. This is Mr. Najib.
Okay, yes, so I did have Mr. Najib as well. So these were my lecturers, and the one at the top there, the Mat Saleh, was our FCM dean at the time. So much like you, we were tasked to promote the subject matter by a chosen platform. So we had to design environmental media, a website, and produce a TVC. So you choose one of the media as your major, and then the other 2 media as your minor. So my subject matter was Zoo Negara, and as you can see, there's a tiger picture there. So I did go to the zoo to take some photos, to study them, to get some inspiration on how I can promote Zoo Negara, learn how to draw the animals before I can stylize them for my target audience and things like that. So, these were just some of the highlights. And like you aptly mentioned, Zura, that it's impossible to capture all. There are just so many fond memories. But these are but if I had to share some highlights, these are some of my highlights that I would still cherish. And then after MMU, I had a 2-year stint in a creative startup called Creative Tomato. It was my dream job. I knew I wanted to do design as a career, and being in a creative startup helped me build my foundation as a designer. And some tips that I can give everyone here is, if you're looking for a job at an agency, do look at their clientele. That's what I did with Creative Tomato. Despite being a startup, some of the clients at the time were already, banks, architecture companies. So I knew that I would be able to learn a lot there. So 2 years, I was able to really build and strengthen my foundation as a creative designer. So yes, do strengthen your foundation first when you go out into the world. I'm going to have to fast forward to the time when I joined Petronas because the topic today is creative people in corporate companies. So if I don't fast forward, we will be here for a long time.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, I don't mind, but time is not the only right now.
Okay, so the way that I'm going to share this portion of the story is breaking it into two parts. My growth as a creative person in a corporate company, and then how I apply creativity as a communicator. I must highlight that every person's journey is different. My personal growth compared to the growth of another creative person in the same corporate company could be completely different due to factors like time, personal aspirations, and whatnot. But maybe by sharing my story, then it will give you some idea or inspiration or motivation on how to what next steps that you want to take for your career. Okay, so I joined the company in 2011 as a graphic designer. That was 11 years ago. I was attached to Petronas Dagangan Berhad, the marketing arm of Petronas. All the Petronas stations, including the one that Lewis Hamilton was seen sitting on a stool at recently. Kedai Mesra, our field products are all under that subsidiary, the Petronas Dagangan Berhad, or we call it PDB. When I first joined, my department provided me with an iMac. So this was a big deal for me because at the time, there weren't as many graphic designers in the company as there are now. And I was fortunate to have a boss who was understanding of a designer's needs and made sure the necessary arrangements were made. As a graphic designer, I was tasked to design our internal posters. As you can see here, like size A0, and then newsletters, web banners for intranet, etc. But because I work for a corporate company, I was also exposed to things that are not necessarily directly design related. So like I would travel to Aswan, KL to visit our plants here, like at the bottom, the picture at the bottom, to visit our plants and help with our staff programs that my department conducted, or I would be involved in our product launches. So as you can see at the in the picture at the bottom, I was practically swimming in the oversized green jacket during one of my plants visits, and the top right. But the jacket is supposed to be a safety jacket. But I was wearing it just for photo op lah, because it was my first time at a plant, so that's why it's oversized. But when you go into a plant, you would get like a proper size jacket lah. I think I needed to mention that. Okay. And then the top right was at a launch of our mobile app, the Petronas Pit Stop, which would help customers find their nearest Petronas station. So at the time, there was no Settle yet. If you guys are familiar with the Settle app, so the Settle app is our e-wallet product where you get to top up online, and you don't have to go to the counter to pay for your fuel, right?
Yeah.
So there wasn't Settle yet at the time, so there was Pit Stop. So it's a journey of apps as well. Okay, so these are some of the earliest newsletter covers that I designed when I was at PDB. The one on the left was the first cover that I designed, and the one with the many light bulbs is one of my personal favorite covers that I designed. I'm sorry I'm not able to show my design on the inside of the newsletters because of confidentiality. But what I can tell you is that during this period of designing for our company newsletter is when I also started looking at the content and learned to understand what I was designing for, because I find understanding the content made me a better designer. And I was able to come up with more accurate concepts or designs based on what message they wanted to tell. At the same time, I was able to practice my copywriting skills that I learned in MMU by suggesting some headlines for the cover. So, for example, if you look at my favorite cover, then the one with the light bulbs, the main article in the newsletter talk about how being innovative can help us stay ahead from everyone else. So when I think about innovative, I think light bulbs, like in those cartoons where the character would have a light bulb above their head when they get an idea, right? Okay. But how do I design it so that it doesn't look cartoonish for a corporate newsletter? I had our talent pose as if he was laying on the ground, and then in Photoshop I added grass and light bulbs. And only one light bulb is lit up to represent an innovative party. The other unlit light bulbs represent those who are not as innovative. So to tie the whole concept together, I suggested the headline for the cover to be shine above the rest, because light bulb, innovation in PDB, how far have we progressed? So you see, I wasn't just doing graphic design. Understanding the content helped me propose an overall concept together with the headline. Okay, so my tip number one to you, if you want to be a better designer, if you want to be a designer that can offer additional value to your customers, learn to understand the content that you are designing for. It can help you set you apart from the other designers. And don't be afraid to ask. If you look at your content and you don't understand what you are saying, just ask. Like when I was in Creative Tomato, I was doing some design work for banks and for architecture agencies. I don't know those industries, but I learn. So it's the same here. So do take time to learn and understand what you're designing for, and then you will be able to come up with better, more amazing concepts for your customers, for your clients?
I think because you highlighted don't be afraid to ask. I think that's like one of the biggest problem for especially fresh graduates. Because we tend to have that like that feeling like we're afraid to ask more because well this was my experience when I was doing intern lah basically. So the feeling to ask more questions is like very overwhelming at that time because like once your supervisor has like given you like okay, you should do this by today, and then okay, well we didn't have questions during the task giving too, but then the question comes when we are doing it. So I just want to know how do you like how would you like advise people like me or maybe like someone who has the same problem as me, macam how do we just like like just go as like how do we cope with that feeling.
So I understand the feeling of being overwhelmed, or maybe sometimes you don't know what you can ask until you're doing it, right? I think just my suggestion, just be honest with your superior, with your manager, whoever that gives you the brief. Just be honest that okay, so when you were briefing me, I didn't have any questions yet, but as I was going through the work, I realized that I do need to clarify something. So would it be okay? Would you help me to elaborate a bit more on these things so that I can understand better and I can design something better? So just be honest, and let them know that you're asking because you want to give the best. And I don't think anybody would be mad at that.
It all lies back to communication skills in the end.
Yes, exactly. Because my experience with a lot of my design interns is that they're so shy to ask questions.
Yeah.
And because I came from the design background, I would be nudging them. Okay, like, do you understand? If you don't understand, ask me. Don't keep it to yourself. But not everybody comes from the same background, so maybe they don't know that designers can be very shy.
Yeah.
So you yourself have to take that first step to break out of your shyness, of your shell, and reach out and ask questions.
So like what do you think of this? Like how many questions is too much questions, or is there never too much questions? Like in your perspective.
Okay, so I think it goes on a case-to-case basis. I would advise maybe before you do ask, you observe whether your supervisor is like super busy or if your supervisor is quite relaxed. And then maybe you can approach and ask, do you have time for me to ask a few questions? So if they have time, so ask away. But if they say, oh, I'm a bit busy, can we come back to this later? Maybe how about you set an appointment with them? Can I sit down with you for half an hour to just go through the brief again? So set a time and then ask everything that you want to ask in that time. Don't like if you can see that your supervisor is running around like headless chicken, and then at that time you want to ask 1001 questions, then that's the wrong time lah.
Yeah.
So it's always about finding the right time and, like you said, communicate. Yeah.
So there are like few people saying hello to you, Miss Hasana, in YouTube Live. Let me read out the names. Azim, Hulaimi, and Amin Azman, and also Magnoni.
Hello. Yes, my friends from my batch. Thank you for coming and watching. So they are the people who, I mean, we still keep in touch until now. So I told you, like, the review sessions that we had in MMU, we would still talk about it 10, 20 years down the line. So yeah. Okay, so Zura, so did I answer your question? Maybe
Yeah, it's clear to me. But yeah, if anyone has questions along the way, just ask away.
Do type in the chat. Yeah, and maybe Zura can help read it out, okay?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so overall, I enjoyed the creative process that it took in designing the newsletters because it involved brainstorming for cover concepts, as you've already heard. It involved sourcing for cover talent. So in my case, because these were internal newsletters, so our talents were also, our own colleagues who are not obviously professional talents, but their willingness to help us to do whatever it takes to deliver a cover, it was a good memory lah. Yeah, they don't get paid anything. Okay, they got free lunch lah. We buy them lunch, right? But the fact that it's not part of their job scope, and they were willing to help us out. Like you can see on the screen right now, my colleague was jumping on a trampoline and things like that. So it was fun. It was like, okay, time out from the office, and you like work/play with your colleagues and things like that. So it was really fun. The overall creative process. And this was back in 2013. So phone camera wasn't that great. Pictures were blurry, but you get the gist of what happens behind the scenes. And what the final outcome looks like. So here's another behind the scene versus the final outcome of the cover. This was another one of my favorite. The analogy that we used was a rugby. So you can see that people were actually jumping on air. So it was not Photoshop or whatever. The only thing that Photoshop was the background, obviously. We even had like a grass carpet there to make it a bit more realistic. But like the trees and the sky were Photoshop in. And then the other two talents were also Photoshop in, as in like we took pictures of them separately and then we combined them in the same composition, right? Okay, I want to draw. Sorry, you have questions?
Yeah, no, I'm just curious. Like, did the guy like jump and like how was it? How was it? Because I'm so curious how he does that.
Okay, let me try to recall because it was 2013, right? Like almost 9 years ago. So
I was expecting like there was like maybe a stand underneath.
No, actually.
No. Wow. Okay. So he really jumped.
So the funny thing is that the guy jumping was supposed to be our main talent, as in the guy holding the rugby, and then the guy holding the rugby at the front was supposed to be like our secondary talent lah. But then on the day of the photo shoot, we realized, we as in the crew and the talent themselves realized that okay, this is not working, and then we like switch it around, and then we were lucky that the secondary talent was actually a sportsman himself. Like he does play rugby, so he knows how to run with the ball and things like that. And then the second talent would have to like try to tackle him. So you jump on air to tackle. So we didn't have like much a mattress or whatever to soften the landing. So I don't think they fell, but yeah, I mean it was a really physical photo shoot lah.
Wow. Just like macam out of curiosity. So these ideas just for my knowledge lah. So these ideas are coming from you, is it?
Yeah. So we had an editorial team.
Yes.
And the editorial team consists of also people in the company who volunteer to write, to help with whatever. So what we would do is like, okay, so we would have an editorial meeting, and then we would discuss, okay, so this is the theme for the next issue. What should we talk about from the angle of retail, for example, and then the angle of safety and environment? And then what should we talk about from the angle of LPG? So LPG is the cooking gas, that you use. So, so we would brainstorm all these topics, and then we will also think about, okay, so what's the main story? What's the main story? And then from there, you brainstorm the concept together as a team. But my role as the creative designer then was to lead the coordination of the photo shoot, source the talents, and be there at the photo shoot and make sure that the outcome turns out as what the team has discussed lah. Yeah. So it was a team collaboration, and it was a fun process.
Yeah. Just listening to it sounds very fun.
It was. Okay. I want to draw your attention to these covers. These are some of the covers that I designed later, because you saw the earlier ones that I designed. So these are the covers that I designed later. So about 1 or 2 years after I first started designing the newsletters. So what's the difference between these ones in 2013 and these ones in 2011?
Oh, the earlier one is 2013, sorry?
Yes. So this one 2013.
Okay.
And then this one 2011.
I would say, from my point of view, I'm not sure, but I would say the newer designs are, how would you say, like cleaner?
Mm-hmm.
I would say, cleaner, and I wouldn't say minimalistic because there's still a lot of things going on around, but yeah, and then I think choices of fonts also changes a lot.
Yes. Actually, you are right, because between these two batches, Petronas introduced corporate identity. So we call it VIS at the time, Visual Identity System. We had our own font, our colors, and then what sort of visuals that we can use, that kind of thing. So to some designers, this can be a bit limiting. So designers would be like, oh man, like now everything is going to look the same and whatnot. But I think if you're truly creative, you should be able to work through and with anything. Because the point of corporate identity is to build that strong brand presence, right? And you said it yourself that you can see that the look is more streamlined and things like that compared to previous. So the previous batch, yes, I had more fun, like exploring the creative direction and whatnot. But in like 2000, these ones, the ones that you guys are seeing now is more streamlined. And I mean, I still had fun with the photo shoot and whatnot. So yeah. And another difference between the two that I want to talk to you about is, if you notice, the 2013 covers had more article titles on them.
Yeah.
Compared to the old ones, right?
Yes.
Okay. So the titles, you had more article titles, and the titles were more descriptive. Like the 2011 cover on the right, yes, there was a headline, and I'm proud of coming up with that headline, but it was just one headline. You wouldn't know what else is in the newsletter just by looking at the cover. So the changes between the 2011 and the 2013 happened after a copywriting workshop that the editorial team attended. So the team like I mentioned, consisted of employees who volunteered to write. So we're not professional writers, but thankfully the company is really huge on developing people's skills. So we were sent to a copywriting workshop. So at the workshop, we were taught that one way to attract people to read is by highlighting a few articles on the cover and make it descriptive, like you know what you're gonna read. So you can see on the cover on the left, there's headlines like, okay, 1 weekend, 4 water tanks, endless smiles, doing our part in water conservation. So this is about our CSR program where we will go to rural areas and set up water tanks for villages. And then like another title that you can see on the cover is Windows Up or Down, 11 fuel saving myths explained. So a common trait between these two titles is that both have numbers in them. Because we were taught in the workshop that people digest and visualize numbers more easily than words. So, and when you give number in the title or the subtitle, you give your readers a better idea on what they can anticipate. Like 11 minutes explain, great. I think I should be able to read that in 5 minutes, you know? So you give your audience like they know what to anticipate lah. So I want to highlight that, you know, in 2013, I was still designing the newsletters, but as a creative person in a corporate company, I had also branched out to be a content person. So I had started writing articles and editing those submitted to us by our volunteer writers. So at this point of time, I was technically both a communicator and a graphic designer. Yeah. So it was a lot of work, but you know, I think you do need to put in the work if you want to branch out to something new lah. Eventually, I did less of graphic design and more of communications work, and I realized that my true passion is in communications. So that brings me to the second part of my story, how I apply creativity as a communicator. So I heard that for your FYP, you would need to design campaigns to promote a product or a brand.
Yeah.
Right? Okay.
Yes.
So what if I tell you I'm doing something similar in my job as a communicator?
It will be great news. We can apply for jobs at Petronas.
I mean, it doesn't have to be just in Petronas. I'm sure this happens in many other corporate companies, kan? So I'm currently in the HR division of Petronas, and the role of the comms team is to help build and manage the HR brand among the employees and also to the external lah. So maybe this is new to you, but HR also has products or solutions for customers, as compared to, but maybe the solutions or products are not as tangible as PDB products. You know, PDB products, you look at the cooking gas, or you look at the fuel that we sell at the stations, you look at kedai mesra, those are tangible, something that you can see, you can touch. But HR solutions are not tangible. So it's something like, it can be a dry topic because it's a lot about processes, policies. So how do you, how do you build a brand for something that can be very technical, can be very dry, you know? So that's the challenge. And it's actually a fun challenge. So like our team would run campaigns in the form of videos, infographic posters, articles, events to promote or market our HR solutions to our customers. And good visual design plays an important role in this. So when you reach a point in your career where you manage a team or work with an agency, your background and experience in creative multimedia will help you to get quality output. So as a manager in communications with a creative background, I can provide creative direction to the graphics team or agency and review their work before it goes for a final approval. I can negotiate a realistic timeline for both customers and graphics team, because I know very well that design is often misunderstood as something that's easy to do. You know, some people think that, you know, like, oh, I give you today, I can get it tomorrow, or I can get it like later at the end of the day. You know, people think that we do magic, right? But I think what most people don't realize is that for a designer to be able to design something good in a short amount of time, it takes years of learning and even more years of practice. So with this knowledge and experience that I have, I always try my best to negotiate a realistic timeline for both the customers and graphics team. It has to be balanced because the customers still need to deliver their business, right? But I also need to educate them. Hey, I know that you want to produce 2 videos. In our team, we have only one video editor and one graphic designer. This is the process, and the process will take how many days. So it's your role when you start managing a team, it's your role to also educate the people who don't have design background, because I don't think anybody is deliberately trying to make other people's life hard lah. I think it's just a matter of they don't know, So it's your role to, because you come from the design background, so it's your role to educate the people who are not from the design background. So basically, if you're branching out like me, then you still get to manage creative projects. So you may not necessarily like directly do the design yourself, but you still get to give the creative direction, and then you get to negotiate the timeline. You get to educate people on what it takes to produce certain things like that. So you are still very much involved in the creative process. And then same goes for when we work with an agency, like, because I understand the technicalities involved in producing communication materials, I can negotiate a realistic timeline for both them and us as their client. And like when you come from the design background or the creative multimedia background, you can tell if the agency is trying to,
Yeah.
to do things to cheat or something. So you'll know. So you can discuss with them and say, I know that this can be done, like things like that. So you get that quality output lah. And then another thing that you can do is you get to develop others. So you coach and you guide your juniors, executives, trainees, interns. We've had interns from MMU before, and we would love to welcome new interns to join us. So yeah, and then having a creative background also helps me as a content person. When I'm writing or editing copy for a poster, for example, I can visualize how it may look like or be placed on the poster. And because I can gauge how much space will be available and how to utilize that space, it helps me to write or edit better as well. So no matter what you do, no matter what field you decide to branch out later in your career, you will find opportunities to apply your creative background. This is how I apply creativity in my area. So maybe you don't branch out to be a communicator, maybe you do something else, right? But you will find opportunities to apply your knowledge and your experience and your background.
I see. Okay, so we got 2 questions. So okay, we would like to know, what are the qualities that corporate company look for from a designer?
What are the qualities that corporate companies look for a designer? I would say, like for my team specifically, we would want students who are creative is a given, of course, who have the necessary skill sets, and we understand that these are students, so you guys are still learning as well, right? But if you do possess traits such as, like you're observant of how others do it how others do things, for example, or like you can be independent. How do I put this in a more eloquent manner? Okay, I'll give you an example. So I've had like a number of trainees and interns, right? So those who can design and who can propose concepts, we appreciate a lot. Like we would be impressed, because it helps us a lot with the whole workload, right? But we also understand that you are there to learn. So we would coach you. But if but it's also important that you are able to drive yourself to learn, as in, like say if you're doing a design work and you don't know how to complete something technical about the design, right? For example, maybe you're used to doing graphic design, and then but you don't know how to do maybe your strength is not in typography design, for example. So you take it up upon yourself to find tutorials and teach yourself how to do it, and things like that. So I think some of the traits that would help you in a corporate company, because corporate companies are different from. I don't know how different corporate companies are from agencies per se. I think actually it's quite the same in the sense that if you are able to find the time to teach yourself valuable skills, then you'll do well in no matter where you are. I think that would be. Did I answer that question? I just want to check whether you did. Whoever that asked that, is that the answer that you're looking for? I just want to make sure that I gave you the answer that you're looking for.
I think it was okay.
Okay.
It was okay. Yeah. As for the next, I think we can take the next question afterwards.
Yeah. There was another question, or
yeah, there is.
Okay.
Would you like to know it now?
Yeah. I mean, why not?
All right. So she would like to know how big is the creative department in Petronas?
Okay. So Petronas is huge. Like we have like almost 50,000 employees. And there are many different businesses in Petronas. There's the corporate side of things, and then there's upstream, downstream. So these are all oil and gas jargons, which I don't think I can explain now because it's going to take a while.
Yeah.
But there are different businesses, and then these businesses have to move fast. So each business would have their own communications team. They may not necessarily have a creative team, but they normally would have a communication team. And then in the communication team, there would be one or two designers, or if not permanent, as in not permanent staff, they would take in interns to do design. So my team, there are about, so my team, okay, my communications team, there's one, I think, okay, so there's about 3 or 4 communicators, and then there's one graphic designer who also does video editing. And I know that those two are supposed to be two different things because graphic design alone is a lot and video editing also is a lot. But the reality is that sometimes you do have to do different things. And then we do have an intern, but we do have a placement for intern students. So that's the size of our team, and we produce communications for HR for the whole 50,000 people, as in our audience is like the 50,000 employees of Petronas. But different communication teams have different sizes. in Petronas. Depends. Like I think in PDB, their team is definitely bigger. They have a digital media team. So the digital media team has their own designers, if I'm not mistaken, and then they have their own like advertising team, and then they have their own public relations team, things like that. So PDB for a communications team like in PDB, it has to be big because PDB is a public facing entity. So it really depends on where you are in the company. There's no one size fits all. Okay. So in summary, there are two possible career options that you can consider. You can become a specialist in design, or you can branch out for new opportunities. And I think this is applicable whether you are in a corporate company or not. Because, for example, like if your passion is in fact design, and say you want to company, for instance, you still need to do things that are beyond your design scope, right? Like for your design startup to succeed, you need to have some business sense or knowledge. You must learn the administrative part of managing employees. So these two things, the becoming either a specialist in design or branching out for new opportunities, it's applicable whether you're in a corporate company or not. So I shall end my sharing today with a second tip for you. Be open to possibilities. Don't be afraid to do things beyond your design scope. The exposure may help you uncover your true potential. So in my case, because I was exposed to events and content writing 11 years ago, I discovered that my true passion is communications, and then I worked my way up. So, just be open to possibilities, and you may never know where it will bring you. So yeah, I think we're reaching at the end of it. If we have more questions, but it's already like 1:17 and the session is supposed to end at 1:15, right?
Yeah, but we started quite little later than we should. So
So I'll leave it to you, MC, to.
All right, so it was such a great sharing. I really love everything. Yeah, and as you may already know. Yeah. So there are two questions related to related to about job placements and interns. So the first one is how in in your perspective, like in your experience, how hard is it or how hard or how easy is it for creatives to apply jobs at Petronas? Because usually when we see job openings for corporate companies, they're always looking for fresh graduates from like engineering or IT. It's quite hard to see a corporate company like open job vacancies for fresh graduates from the creative side.
Right.
So the question is like how hard it is for creatives to get a job at Petronas.
I don't think it's my position to see how hard it is, because I think some people have different experiences when they apply for a job. But we do have we do have a career site, career page on the website. Actually, let me just show you a link to get there. So we do have a career site where you can go and browse available job available vacancies in the company. So so if you do see something that's relevant, apply, and always go to the official website. Don't go through people because we want to avoid like scam activities or whatever. So always go to the official source, go to the website. How hard is it to get into the company? Actually, it's a tough question for me to answer.
So maybe like you can tell us like
Yeah.
process, maybe like how would the interview go, like how, yeah, maybe I don't know.
Okay. Oh, so it's more from that angle, you mean? So when there is vacancy, and the HR people contact you for for maybe to arrange for an interview. So there's like a few steps in the process lah. So during my time, I had to take online tests, and then I attended a face-to-face interview where they don't the team who was hiring me would look at my portfolio, my design portfolio, because they were hiring me as a graphic designer, right? So the team that was hiring me would look at my portfolio and ask me questions about my creative creative work and whatnot. But then there would be another interview where they ask general questions, or they want to see how you react in a certain scenario. So that was during my time. Processes do change over the years. I would think maybe what I can do is I can share tips, in the sense that if you do want to apply for a job in Petronas as a designer, right? Have your really build your portfolio, really strengthen your portfolio. In my case, I work in other companies first before I go into Petronas. So that, to me, that helped. So when I get into the company, I can already like advise people, because when you're experienced, and then you go in, you're like the subject matter expert of design, so yeah, I think focus on strengthening and building your portfolio, but at the same time also be well versed of the current happenings in the world. I mean, like outside of our design bubble. Yeah.
All right. Okay. So I think that answers the question. And okay, someone is wondering if you could share with us how many are there in Petronas? How many design interns are there in Petronas currently?
How many? Because
I think they just want to know if that, like if there's like a large number, or like do Petronas accept design interns and such.
We do accept design interns. We do need design interns because there's a lot of design work happening, like for internal events or whatever. Like whenever you do events, of course you need to have like the promotional posters and whatnot. So we do take in design interns. We do need design interns, and I think it's a great learning opportunity as well for interns who join us, because you get to see for yourself how things go in a corporate company. As long as you're open to learn, you'll be great. So yeah, we do take in. I don't have the exact number of how many design interns, but if you recall, I did mention that we have almost 50,000 employees. So I'm sure there are many design interns in our company right now.
Yeah, that's great to know.
So just go to our official website and apply to be an intern, or like if you're graduating already, apply for a career, or We also have GIS. So GIS is this GIS is this program where we take in fresh graduates who fulfill certain criteria. So you will need to go to the website and read what the criterias are. And then like we take them in to train them for a year. So normally it would help increase their chances to get more jobs after that training.
Can I ask about it? Something about it. I want to ask if there's any allowance for the training.
Yes, there is allowance for both interns and GIS.
I see. That's great to know again. So, all right. So I think we can move on to the next question, Ms. Sana.
Yeah.
So okay, for the last question currently, someone wants to know, in Petronas, is there any opportunities to work overseas in the creative department?
I would say yes, depending on again which business you are with. Okay, I would say I had the opportunity to go to Philippines when I was in Petronas Dagangan because so Petronas Dagangan, we also had offices at the time. We had offices and plants in Philippines. So when we were producing our yearly annual reports, someone had to be in Philippines to coordinate and oversee the agency's photo shoot. So I got that opportunity to go to the Philippines and basically oversee our agency lah, because our agency was there to, you know, with their professional photographers and whatnot, to take photos of our employees, of our plants, of our facilities. So I was there to coordinate and to facilitate and to oversee their work. So I had an opportunity to go to the Philippines. And then depending on where you are in the business lah. But some people might be able to go to some other countries because of events, like say for example, say Upstream has an exhibition in another country, so they might need people to go there. So there might be an opportunity. I can't say for sure. It really depends on the business, and then now with the current situation with the COVID and whatnot, so maybe there's a limitation or whatever. But you know, never say never. I think there are opportunities for creative designers to go places. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. I think so far that's all the questions we have.
Okay.
So it was a really great talk. I mean, it was very insightful for me. I hope it's very insightful for everyone who's joining.
Yeah, I hope so too. I hope I wasn't babbling too much.
No, you were not. Don't worry. And I'm hoping that we, especially the fresh graduates, don't just like narrow down our pathways only to like certain agencies only. I mean, we can really branch out. Like, well, you are one of the many examples. So yeah, I think if there's no other questions right now, I think Ms. Asana, thank you so much. Thank you so much for spending your time with us. Amidst your, I know you have a very busy schedule. Thank you so much for joining us. So maybe I will let you give like any last words or like any last words of encouragement for the graduates to be. I mean, some of us are actually going to have intern next semester, and some of us are graduating. So maybe you can give us some some encouragement.
Okay. First of all, thank you for having me. I'm just happy to be with the MMU crowd again. So I would say all the best to the FCM students who are graduating, who are going out into the world. My advice and my tips for you guys is to not limit yourself. Not limit yourself, to always open to always be open to doing new things. Even if say you manage to get into your dream agency, for example, but then your boss asks you to do something else, don't be too quick to shoot it down, because to me, whatever experience that you get to do is not a waste, because it will come back to help you in the future, things like that. Because I'll give an example. Like when I was in Creative Tomato, my boss saw that, hey, instead of doing graphic design, maybe this girl can do multimedia design, as in web design and whatnot. And it wasn't really my interest, but I did it anyway. And then I learned a lot about website technicalities and whatnot. And turned out it helped me a lot when I was in Petronas. So you know, you just gotta be open. So my advice to you guys again and again, be open to doing new things, to new possibilities. And then it will definitely like broaden your horizon, you know. And then have options. Like if you want to go to an agency, have options like, okay, what sort of agency that I can try to go in. And then when you go for an interview, remember that it's not just them interviewing you. You have the right to ask questions to them as well. You have to interview them, so to speak, and find out whether the company is a good match for you or not. Like for example, like if you go into an interview, and then so of course they would want to see your portfolio, they would want to know your skills, your interests or whatever. And then you have to find out what sort of culture they have in their company. When I say culture, as in like do they have say like weekly get together, you know, with the whole team or not? Or maybe their culture is like strictly work. So is that something that fits you? And then what about their clients? If you're talking about agency, right? And what about their clients? Okay, so I see that, you know, your clients are banks, and so like I don't know, just find out as much as possible about the company, to see whether you're a good fit lah. Yeah. And then for those who are looking for internship placement, do break out of your shell, do ask questions as well, do be prepared to do a lot of work fast. And yeah, and I think take this opportunity to network and get to know people. I think that's some of the advice that I can give based on my experience. Yeah.
So it will be very useful it is a very useful advice for me. I hope it's very useful advice to everyone as well. So everyone is watching. So yeah, Ms. Asana, thank you very much. Thank you again. Thank you so much for spending your time with us. And yeah, I think that's a wrap for us. But yeah, I think if anyone has a question, I mean, they can feel free to ask you, or anyway, right?
Yeah, I don't know. Can just leave more on YouTube, and then Yuki can let me know.
Yeah, so the questions aren't coming in anymore, and we also have Well, it's already 1:55. I'm pretty sure you'll be needing your Zoho break. So yeah, I think that's all from us. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. All the best, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mrs. Mana.
Bye.
Bye.
Wonder how fast intelligent machines run on 5G? At MMU, you'll find the answer. Wonder how creative content and online businesses are mastered? At MMU, you'll find the answer. Wonder how cybersecurity and law function? At MMU, you'll find the answer. Find out all these and many more at Multimedia University, because MMU is you, leading the digital future. Visit mmu.edu.my.
Hello everyone, I would like to welcome you to the Faculty of Creative Multimedia or FCM. Over the past year and a half, many of us have been experiencing remote learning or online learning due to the COVID-19 pandemic. With emerging technologies such as augmented reality and virtual reality now available to us, learning can be even more enjoyable as well as immersive and experiential.
How do we make our creative practice matters in the near future? Taking initiative and being resourceful as creative in connecting with the industry, institutions, communities of practitioners, users, as well as different aspects of society that we work with.
This is the future of learning. Welcome to the century of digital learning.